Everything you have on Pathmark from last October. Has the fax from Edgar come in yet?
Not yet.
Let me know when it does.
What's going on?
Well, they say we never delivered an order of casters, but we did. We just can't find the paperwork to prove it. And put a new ad in the paper for a bookkeeper.
Another one?
Yeah, Chris just put in his notice. He says the work isn't exciting enough.
You know you're dull when you're boring a bookkeeper. You know, Tom, I have a friend who's a bookkeeper.
No.
She's even looking for a job.
I'm not hiring one of your friends, Liz.
Why not?
Because they're deadbeats. You have deadbeat friends.
You're not a deadbeat.
I'm not a friend.
Oh, Tom, of course you're my friend.
No, Liz, I am not your friend. I am your employer, and that reluctantly. I haven't an ounce of friendly feeling towards you. In fact, if you died tomorrow, I'd break out my tap shoes.
Tom was the most boring man on the face of the earth, and I was his only friend. It's not that he was boring, oh no. He was oddly charming in his own brusque way. The problem was he never allowed himself to have any fun. He'd even brag about it.
Having fun is not my idea of a good time.
He often spoke in epigrams like that. Although I suppose when you have no social life, you have plenty of time to construct fun mocks.
My idea of exercise is looking for the remote.
That one I heard weekly, whenever I returned from the gym. But beneath all the levity and pretensions of irritability, Tom remained the most boring man on the face of the earth. The thought of his life made rocks yawn. Shelving company, accounts manager of a shelving company in Codgers, New York, and content to remain so. Perhaps that's why his wife left him. He'd been coming off a divorce for 5 years when I introduced him to Annie. From what I can tell, this marriage was one of those marry young, go to Bermuda, come back, and file for divorce paper weddings. They had known each other forever before the ceremony, didn't recognize each other after. So for 5 years, he swore off and swore at women.
Damn it, Liz! Your whole genre's out to destroy me. They're all communist insurgents out to destroy free thought and the American way of life.
There are no more communists.
There are plenty of women.
Of course, he didn't mean any of that. Like all men, he was fragile, and it only took a couple of beers to kickstart the penny machine.
God, Liz, why doesn't anybody like me? What have I done to drive everyone away?
Oh, Tom, everyone likes you.
Then why don't they sleep with me?
I'll sleep with you.
Please, Liz, I just ate. Oh, I don't mean to hurt your feelings. You're my best friend in the whole world. Do you think I'm mean to you?
Yes!
Yeah, but you love it.
Tom hadn't been with a single woman in 5 years. Why? He hadn't tried. Like a victim of one of those Mehmet plays.
I cannot act. I do not have the power.
Pathetic. He was crying out to me for help. That's why I suggested Annie for the job. He wanted me to get involved.
Liz, stay out of it.
She has plenty of experience. You said so yourself.
I'm not hiring one of your friends.
What can it hurt to grant her an interview?
Lots of things, Liz. It could cause massive amounts of excruciating pain.
What should I tell her when she gets here?
Liz, you didn't.
I did.
You didn't?
Did.
No! She's coming here now!
Any minute.
Is she attractive?
Why?
Attractive women scare me.
You have nothing to be afraid of.
Great, she's a dog.
She's not a dog.
Right.
You have nothing to worry about. Everything will be fine.
You're this woman. Am I too early?
Not at all. We were just finishing up. Annie, this is Tom.
Howdy, Duty.
Tom's the accounts manager. He'll be the one conducting the interview.
Cool. Where to?
Don't worry, everything will be fine.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes. You're fired. No, I'm serious this time. Pack your things and don't come back. It's time I put my foot down.
I had known Annie since high school. Her problems were exactly the opposite of Tom's. Rather than shunning the advances of the opposite sex, she welcomed them.
How come I'm not married? Why don't I have any children? My whole life, all I've ever wanted was a husband and a family. You know, every woman in my family, dating back to the Huguenots, has been married before she was 20. I'm the exception. What is it about me that turns men off?
You don't turn men off. You're dating all the time.
I don't want to date. I want a mate.
Maybe you try too hard.
I can't help it. I've been groomed to propagate. Whew, felt good. Where do you want the pen?
Lightest one, please.
Anyway, I've decided it's men. I mean, Would you look at that guy?
Spot me.
What's the matter with him?
Spot me.
Why doesn't he ask me out?
Why don't you ask him out? Are you gonna spot
I mean, look
me?
who he's talking to. My ass is way better than hers.
Yeah, but she has on booty shorts.
I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
To throw myself at him like a sinking fastball.
I hadn't seen Annie for a month. She had quit her job and taken an extended vacation. Annie over here.
I've done it, Liz. Congratulate me.
She was so happy I knew something was wrong.
Double scotch, no ice. You?
Ginger ale?
Thanks. Nice, but
Congratulate you, Annie. What did you do?
I cracked the secrets of the male sex.
There's only one.
The mini skirts, the giggling at dumb jokes, the pretending they're smart, they don't work.
No?
Well, they're all right if you want a good time. But what if you don't want a good time? What if you want to get married, huh?
I don't know.
The Civil War. There it is. The American man in a nutshell. Talk about the Civil War, and he's yours for life.
Oof. But what about the cars and the sports?
They only get you sex. When a man wants more than anything is a woman to listen to his opinion about the Battle of Diamond Creek for the rest of her natural life.
Oh! Oh, my God. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And all this from talking about the Civil War?
If I see one more battlefield, I'll puke.
Oh, what's his name?
Ooh, Lee, here's his picture.
He looks like George W. Bush.
Yeah, too bad, huh? He's only 22 and doesn't have a job.
Are you sure you can afford to support him?
Yeah, we'll probably move in with his parents.
Are you sure this is wise?
But out, Liz.
Sorry, nothing matters as long as you love him.
Yeah, right, love. Did you see his picture?
You don't love him?
Where are those drinks? Hey, what does it take to get a good double scotch around here? Come on.
Annie, if you don't love him, why are you getting married?
Because he asked, all right? This could be my only chance. I don't know what it's like to be alone and childless at 29.
I'm 31.
Yeah, but you're a lizard woman. You live in this bizarre parallel universe that's sexually neuter. You don't care.
She was right. I didn't care. Tom and Annie were both attractive people, and I had no interest in either one of them. Why? Because pleasures of the flesh carry no temptation for me. I am a matchmaker. My mission is eternal. To control the lives of my puny friends where they were too weak to make the decisions on their own. To bring them happiness the way they crave it. Carnally. With every embrace of a well-made match, my soul is filled. My spirits lift. And I experience the nirvana of Buddhists. Well, perhaps I'm a busybody, but I consider myself a god. I am Eros. I am Cupid. I am Yenta, Fiddler on the Roof! And so I decided it was time for Tom and Annie to meet and fall in love. They were too miserable to make the decision on their own. Pathetic, really. I had to get involved. What's more is it would be so easy. They have so much in common.
I like bars, the music, the people, the dancing.
I only dance if you shoot bullets at my feet.
And the drinking. I like the drinking. Mostly the drinking. I can actually do without the music and the people. I just keep filling up my glass.
Well, you both like movies.
Love them. Independent silent comedies released between 1921 and 1930.
2 thumbs up for Brad Pitt's butt.
Let's trade books.
World War II destroyed the novel.
I don't read. Unless you count cereal boxes.
Music?
Anything
I love
but
heavy metal.
Oh, this made me more difficult than I imagined. But you both like me, right?
Yeah, you're the best,
great. I
Liz. We love you.
Oh, no. Really?
God, you're a nudge.
It's annoying the way you pry
Pry
into
into
people's
people's
lives.
lives.
You're a social liability.
I hate you.
No, really.
Please don't leave me.
You're my only friend.
Without you, I die.
But don't tell anyone I said that.
Control. They're my friends. I own them. Why shouldn't I give them to each other if that's what they deserve? Just in case I decided to listen into the interview.
So, Do you have any experience with shelves?
I've put things on them.
What sorts of things?
It was an inauspicious beginning. Tom was scared. Oh, it wasn't just Tom, it was every man. Annie's quest for a steady mate was so all-consuming that she crumbled all but the strongest of constitutions. Even now that she was engaged, she had the Big Ben of biological clocks, and its chime spelled ruin for every Y chromosome in its path. At the sight of her, Tom was quivering jelly. I had to get involved.
So, do you have any questions for me?
Do I have to wear pantyhose?
I'm sorry?
I don't want to wear pantyhose. I wore them every day at my last job, and well, they were very uncomfortable. So I decided I don't want to wear them here. Liz told me it would be all right. I just thought I should check. Well,
I'm trying to figure out how to answer you without bringing on expensive litigation.
Tom, do you have a minute?
Liz, thank God you're here.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
oh no, we were just finishing up, weren't we?
I guess, yeah, unless you...
No,
All right, then.
I've got to get going anyway. I have another interview this afternoon in New York.
Bye.
We'll talk.
Bye. Well, what'd you think?
Have you started packing your desk yet?
Of course not.
You might want to get on that.
Don't be silly. What'd you think of Annie?
I hate her.
You don't think she's qualified?
No, I don't think I like her.
Why not?
Because she wants me, Liz. She was undressing me with her eyes. It was embarrassing. She was all over me.
You think every woman wants you?
I assume you listened in?
To some of it.
What was that part about the pantyhose? She wants me. Deny it. I dare you.
She doesn't want to wear pantyhose. What's the matter with that?
Well, in a job interview situation, that tells me she wants me raw, Liz. She wants me raw. She's looking for top tartar.
You imagined the whole thing.
Did I?
She's engaged.
She is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm very happy for her. Who's the guy?
I don't know him, but he looks like George W. Bush.
Oh, how unfortunate.
So you'll hire Annie?
No,
Why not?
because we have enough deadbeats on the payroll. Besides, I don't think she'll take it.
She told me she's desperate. She'll take the job.
Implying desperation is a prerequisite for employment here?
No, but there's no fear of rejection from Annie. Here are the patent files, past and present.
Thank you.
And Edgar called to say that they're suing for an undelivered order.
They're suing? For how much?
$3 million.
3 million? But the caster's only worth 5,000.
We're hurting their business every day they don't have them.
But they have the casters.
He also wants a copy of the 357.
Fax it to him.
The machine is broken.
Overnight it.
He wants it this afternoon.
Liz, do you think you could...
I'll be too busy cleaning out my desk.
Oh, don't be silly. You know I'd never fire you.
I have a doctor's appointment.
Liz, I don't want to run all the way downtown to corporate just to deliver some stupid piece of paper. Besides, I'm the boss.
I know, but you have to. And if you leave right now, you'll catch the 12:05. That's the one with the bar car, so you won't even miss your lunch. Okay, take care now. I've got to straight out. Goodbye. Naturally, the fax machine was working fine, and I haven't seen a doctor since the Clinton administration. But such tools are necessary in a matchmaker's art. Sometimes it pains me to have to lie to my friends, but often I laugh like hell. And this was one of those times, because I knew Annie would be on that train. I also knew she'd be in the bar.
Howdy doody.
Hi.
Remember me?
Mm-hmm.
You just interviewed me for a job.
Thus the hi.
So, what do you think of the new Camaro?
Excuse me?
The new Camaro? It's not as good as the older ones in design at any rate, but what do you think?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, they're trying to attract a younger crowd by advertising now. They never used to advertise for the Camaro at all. It sold itself. Oh, I used to be one of the darn hard Camaro buyers. But now I feel alienated. That's a tough balance, trying to broaden your appeal without losing your base. What do you think?
Why are you talking to me about cars?
Trying to strike up conversation, badinage, repartee.
You need 2 people for repartee.
You do?
It's a give and take thing, repartee.
And you weren't participating.
No.
Ooh, what do you call repartee when only one person is talking?
Schizophrenia.
That's funny.
Thank you.
Do you want to sit down?
Oh, no, I can't. See, there's a woman standing over there. I never sit unless every woman's seated.
What are you, a knight of the round table? Sit down.
It's not chivalry. I'm afraid she'll beat me up.
I think I can take her if she gets in a stint about it.
So, Liz tells me you're engaged.
Thanks for reminding me.
Sorry, painful topic?
It's not you, it's Lizard Woman.
Boy, does she rub me the wrong way.
If she does anyone the service of wrong way rubbing, it's me.
Yeah, don't you just hate it when she's...
I think you've heard enough of that. Besides, they insult me enough when I'm on stage, let alone when I'm off. But it was their one topic of common interest. They exploited it to a wearied friendship, although that was the closest approximation I could make based on later conversations with the 2 of them. Their versions put Rashomon to shame. Tom's version went something like this.
I can take any woman on this train, and most of the men too. I'm more masculine than all yous. Wanna know why? I drive a Camaro. Oh. You,
Me?
come sit with me a while.
Nay, I dare not deign take a seat, lest every woman within the confines of the train be likewise situated. Besides, your betrothed.
Damn that lizard's hide. I'll myrtleize her.
Annie's version went something like this.
Oh, hi, Tom.
Don't talk to me! Don't you even talk to me!
What's the matter?
Liz tells me you're engaged to a schizophrenic!
I'm engaged.
Well, it's true! I do hope. Farewell, happiness! I welcome despair with open arms!
Either way, they struck up a platonic relationship, all on one ride in the Hudson Line. Until...
Weird, he does look like George W. Bush. So, Liz tells me I should have no fear of rejection from you.
Driving.
Would you be interested, perhaps, in working for me?
I'll think about it.
Your friend, Liz! Your deadbeat friend!
It's standard procedure, don't worry.
You told me she was desperate. You told me not to fear rejection.
She'll take the job, don't worry about it.
Maybe I don't want her to take the job.
Hello?
Howdy, Duty.
Annie, we were just talking about you.
In 4-letter words.
I heard that.
She heard that.
Good.
Tell Mr. PMS I'm gonna take his lousy job.
She's gonna take your lousy job.
Tell her she has to wear pantyhose.
You have to wear pantyhose.
That's fine.
That's fine.
No, that's not fine. I don't want her here.
I'll start on Monday.
She'll start on Monday.
No, not on Monday, not on any day. I don't want her here.
Bye-bye!
Oh, don't hang. Oh.
Oh.
Liz, you're fired. No control. Control at all. Liz, someday if I'm really good, would you give me my penis back?
So Annie started work, and although they obviously had plans behind each other's backs,
He's boring.
I hate her.
it was obvious that something was destined to happen. Even if I had to nudge destiny and planning all the times they ran into each other, like in the halls,
Excuse me.
in the doorways.
Oh, pardon me.
Excuse me.
After you.
Damn right.
Even at the coffee machine. Then what of it? Matchmaker is only able to provide an opportunity unnoticed by those involved. Besides, it's up to the lovers to find their tongues. And it was obvious that Tom and Annie spoke the same language, even down to the pet names they bestowed upon yours truly.
Lizard Woman.
Ah.
Damn it, Liz.
Now that you two have been working together for a while, have your opinions of each other changed?
She's all right.
I can make him cry.
A month after Annie started work, I caught the two of them having lunch together. Mind if I stay with you two?
Actually, we do.
There's an open seat over there.
Promising, huh?
So, are you seeing anyone?
Me? It's
spring is just a horrible reminder of how many beautiful women don't know I exist.
Don't be silly. I know you exist.
Yeah, but you have Grant.
Lee.
Not Grant?
Nope, I've got the loser.
Any libidinous instincts I may have harbored towards you late one drunken night were immediately dispelled by the thought of your impending nuptials.
What is that, English?
It means I lead a life of quiet desperation.
Oh, I don't go in for that whole quiet desperation stuff.
What do you go in for?
Loud panic.
I gotta get back.
Nice butt.
Me? But I'm 98% butt-free.
Ooh, but that's 2% butt. That's a pretty good score.
You think so?
Oh, sure.
It was magic. No part of Tom's body had ever received a compliment, especially one that held such female esteem. He began to grow confident.
I'm confident.
He began to grow secure.
I'm secure.
He began treating me like a real human being.
Oh, of course you're not fired, Liz. I'll just dock your pay.
What's more is he began falling for Annie.
Edgar and I have discussed the matter of the casters delivered on 16 June with the delivery crew. And we are still under the belief that they were in fact delivered and are confident that the judge will side with us upon seeing the evidence, which we don't have. Don't put that in. New paragraph. Thank you for your time. We will see you in court. Sincerely, etc., blah, blah. $3 million. Jeez.
Why don't you just send them another order of casters?
Because we can't afford that either. That's the trouble with shelves. Once you put them up, they hold things for centuries. Send that out.
Overnight?
No, just registered.
All right.
So, when you talk to Annie, does she mention me at all?
Why?
No, it's not because I'm interested or anything. I'm just interested. You know she's engaged.
I know.
Have they set a date yet?
I don't know. Why don't you ask her?
Oh, don't be silly. I'm not gonna.
Oh, sure, if you want to know.
I'm not gonna ask, Liz. Stop.
All right. Yeah, she talks about you all the time. Look, I got it.
Well, it's the Pathmark requisition. It's signed and everything. Where did you find it?
Behind my desk. Must have fallen out of the inbox of the guy before me.
Oh, it was never even part of the books.
It will be now.
Oh, you don't know you've done for the company. For me.
Tell me.
It means they'll drop the suit.
Thank God.
It means you saved the company.
Is that a good thing?
It means we get to keep our jobs.
I don't have to wear pantyhose.
You don't have to wear anything.
Should I still send this out?
No, I'll write a new one up myself.
All right.
I should call Edgar and tell him the good news.
The moment was real, but the timing wasn't right for them. In an office situation, there are too many variables. One nasty office rumor could scrap 8 weeks' worth of work. Besides, the relationship was still too fragile, as evident by what happened next.
Thanks again, Eddie. Nice butt.
What did you say?
No, you see, I was just kidding.
How dare you say such a thing to me?
No, you see, because I didn't mean to.
It was totally inappropriate.
You started it.
I demand an apology.
What for?
What you said was demeaning, and I demand an apology.
Fine. I'm sorry you have a nice butt.
Oh!
What's the matter with her? She started it.
Oh, Tom, don't you see?
No, I don't see. I'm a man. I don't see anything.
The rules have changed.
The rules? There are rules? What is it about women and rules? Show me the manual.
Oh.
I was just curious if maybe you wanted to get together tonight, or we could... Oh, no. I remember. Maybe this weekend we could go somewhere. We could... Yeah. Gettysburg's fine. Doesn't matter. I just want to go. No, Lee, nothing's wrong. Well, I was just curious what this was. I mean, is this an engagement here or an excuse to wear a ring? No, I've been trying to set a date my whole life. It's you. Oh, go to hell! Go away.
You okay?
Oh, Liz, you're my only friend.
Oh, how are you doing?
Wrong question. It's not how am I doing, it's what am I doing? I'm engaged to a 22-year-old who doesn't have a job. I'm simultaneously flirting with my boss and accusing him of harassment, and I don't know how any of this happened. Why am I torturing myself?
Maybe you don't know what you want.
That's not true. exactly what I want.
What's that?
Well, what everybody wants. A house, a job, family, sex on a regular basis. And if Tom fires me, I won't even have the job.
Tom's not going to fire you, and you're getting sex from Lee.
Lee, please. 30 seconds tops. I brush my teeth longer.
Maybe that's your problem.
Who else is gonna marry me?
Not marriage, sex! After all the dating you're used to, your libido is unaccustomed to monogamy. It's wreaking havoc on your emotional stability. Maybe you need one final fling before settling down. Think about it.
I'm not just gonna pick up some random stranger.
Who said I had to be a stranger?
Who'd you have in mind?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, forget it.
Hi, Annie. Two things. First, I wanted to apologize. What I said was completely inappropriate, and in a position of authority, I shouldn't abuse whatever small power I may have over anyone. What I said was completely demeaning and not the sort of thing that should be said to any woman, especially to one who's engaged, like you are. Something I seem to keep forgetting.
Why especially one who's engaged like I am?
Oh God, I'm just digging a deeper hole for myself, aren't I? You're gonna file charges and sue, and I didn't know the rules had changed. Liz had to tell me. God, my life is nothing but pressure.
Are you only apologizing because you think I'll sue?
No. I'm apologizing because I acted like a jerk.
Thank you.
Very happy, thanks.
What was the other thing?
Oh, I told Edgar how you saved the company. He wants to throw the whole department a party tomorrow after work. I'd like to see you there if you're not too busy.
Sure.
You stay home. And bring Lee in. I'd like to meet him.
What about Tom?
What about Tom?
Is he the marrying type?
He was once.
Not anymore?
A party. Perfect. Because of her rebuke, Tom had resigned Annie to the wastebasket of marriage might events. But he was putty in her hands. And Annie was primed for an affair that I was sure would turn into a lasting relationship. Just in case, I decided to keep an eye on things. Nothing could be left to chance. So, early the next morning, before anybody else arrived, I showed up to the office to prepare for my ethereal toil in the garden of romance. I paid homage to Venus to bless the fated union of Annie and Tom.
Howdy doody.
You're talking to me again.
Thus the howdy doody.
Why do you say that?
You don't like it?
No, I think it's more in the way you say it. I mean, if you said it howdy doody, I would assume either she's greeting me with a colloquial how do you do, or she's confusing me with a freckle puppet. But you say it like howdy doody.
What's the matter with that?
It sounds like you're calling me a duty.
I'm sorry. So, why aren't you out there having fun? Thought you would have been the life of the party.
You can be the life of the party, and I'll provide the death.
Actually, I'm kind of down myself.
How come?
I'm reading this book on Chancellorsville, and Stonewall Jackson died last night.
I haven't seen the news in ages.
You're kidding, right?
Of course I'm kidding. Why are you talking to me about the Civil War? It's like Revenge of the Camaro conversation.
You don't like the Civil War? Don't you ever want to get married?
Whoa, marriage? Where did that come from?
You don't want to get married.
No, thank you. I've already ridden that train.
What happened?
She changed her mind.
That's it?
She changed her mind. What else could I do?
Did you love her?
We talk about something else?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Did you get along?
The sex was good.
I can't picture you having sex.
Is that an image you try to conjure frequently?
No, I just can't picture you having sex.
Well, that's funny, because I picture myself having sex all the time.
Oh, really? With whom?
There needs to be a who?
Sure, it's better that way.
You'd be surprised.
No, no, no! My God, these two move fast. Gods must have really liked my dancing. Even though it was a party, it was still an office situation. Things were going so well. I didn't want to get involved. What are you two doing out here?
Lizard woman!
With Karen W. Bush up to some Texas shindig?
Yeah, a chainsaw massacre. I didn't want Lee here. If I brought Lee, I'd have to talk to him. All night.
Yeah, this way we can mingle.
Oh. Well, you just let me know if you need a ride home or anything. Made myself office designated driver.
Oh, I might need a ride home.
Think so?
Yeah, and now's as good a time as any.
Go ahead, Liz. I'll lock up.
Can you give me a ride home?
With a broken foot?
What you have to drink?
4 gin and tonics on an empty stomach.
Great, let's go.
Now the time has come for us to imagine what Annie found impossible. Imagine Tom having sex. For that is what next occurred. And although I've been trying to get the two of them together for months, I too have had a problem conjecturing what a night of passion would be like for the two of them. Perhaps at first they were shy and spoke of other things.
So, how about those Mets?
But then they understood. Their lips locked in anxious longing.
Yes!
Sorry! Ah!
Perhaps she gave him one of her come-hither looks. And he returned in kind. She stopped him like a cat.
Meow.
Whoop.
Perhaps he wooed her with the maiden dance of a car can through. Go ahead. Now, perhaps it was Annie who danced like...
Oh, they get the point.
Either way, I got them together. True love reigned supreme. It was a completely different Tom who greeted me the next morning.
Good morning, Liz. You're looking good this morning.
All right.
Lost weight.
All right, what happened?
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For what?
For Annie. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Ah, you two have a good time last night?
Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. You know, I don't want to say anything or anything, but... Like a completely different person!
I've noticed.
I'm relaxed. I'm confident. I haven't felt this good since before the divorce.
Congratulations.
So, where's Annie?
Ah, you would know better than I.
I haven't seen her all morning.
Oh, here she comes.
Oh. Howdy, Judy.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Liz?
No, Liz can stay. I just wanted to tell you I quit.
How come?
I just don't want to work here anymore, that's all.
If I may wax repetitious, how come?
Oh, Tom, she's just thinking of you. It's hard to juggle work in a relationship.
No, I have no relationship with Tom.
Liz, help.
What about last night?
Yeah, what about last night?
Nothing happened last night. I was drunk and not responsible for my actions.
Well, you must have been really drunk, because something earth-shattering happened. And I take full responsibility for my actions.
I don't know what delusions you've been putting yourself under, but last night was the final fling before I get married. As a toy, you served your purpose. But if you don't mind, I have to get back to my fiancé.
Is that all it was a fling?
Ask Liz. It was her suggestion. Oh,
Don't be silly. Of course, Liz would never.
I suggested a fling,
Oh, God.
but I was sure it would turn into something more. Oh, Tom, please don't crawl back into your cocoon for another half a decade. She doesn't want to get married.
yes, I do.
Not to Lee.
Yes, to Lee. We set a date this morning.
But you don't love him.
I changed my mind.
Oh, God, it's my divorce all over again.
Oh, Tom, you can get winner if you just talk to her and stop blaming yourself.
I don't blame myself, Liz. I blame you.
Oh, you're gonna fire me. You really mean it this time.
You opened up a wound that took 5 years to heal. And I'm tired of mending. So, Liz...
Wait! I hadn't counted on this. Before me, it was the threat that I wasn't immortal. I can't deal with my own humanity. I thought fast. Annie, honestly, what's the matter with Tom?
How old is he?
28.
He's too young.
He's older than Lee, and Tom has a job. Tell her how much money you make.
A lot of money.
Lee's an unemployed 22-year-old that lives with his parents.
Yeah, but he loves me.
So does Tom.
Whoa, how can I love her? Half the time I see her, I don't even like her.
She loves you.
What?
No?
After one night?
One great night.
Look, Liz, what it boils down to is Lee wants to marry me.
Tom does too.
Whoa, Liz, get a hold of yourself. I don't want to marry anyone. What Annie and I had wasn't love. It isn't going to blossom into some great eternal romance, and it sure isn't going to turn into marriage.
Oh, don't tell me that. You'll make me nearly a human. There's something there, I know it.
You're right, Liz. There is something there. But it's not what you think. Perhaps it can only last one night, like a fire that burned too hot and was gone. And all we're left with are the ashes of memory and the yearning for what might have been. There isn't a name for what we had, but I sense its existence even now.
Oh, God, take me! Stop! I can't do this!
But it's there, you can feel it.
Yes, the thing with no
You
name!
can't marry him, you don't love him.
Oh, I don't love you either!
Your friend, Liz, your deadbeat friend.
Wait! That thing with no name! It has a name, and it's a wonderful name. It's not love, it's lust.
Lust.
Oh, you're in lust with each other. So cute.
What's the point if we can't act on it?
Yeah. You can still have sex after she marries Lee.
Oh, I want something more permanent.
You'll have something permanent. You'll also have something that lasts more than 30 seconds.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I want something stronger. I want love.
Lust is stronger than love. How many marriages fall before lust? Good marriages, strong marriages, permanent marriages, all fall before the power of lust. That's what the two of you have. Seize it, treasure it, never let it go until you're old and droopy.
My God, she's right!
Clear the desk. Aww. All right, so it wasn't perfect, but it got the two of them together and returned me to the majesty of my Godhead.
Don't look at us like that.
Like you had anything to do with it.
We could have come to the same conclusion ourselves.
Although it was perfect. For a matchmaker's masterpiece never shows its seams. Annie married Lee. And continued to sleep with Tom for a year or two. When Lee discovered that their baby was Tom's, they were divorced. Naturally, this put a strain on their relationship, and they stopped speaking for a while. They didn't even talk when Tom came to pick up their daughter. But, ironically, and with no help from me, they dried out at the same time in the same clinic. And began their relationship in earnest. Only this time it was love. The real thing. Last week they were engaged. And Annie finally got what she wanted, and Tom finally got what he deserved. Security. They don't abuse me at all anymore. That's why I hope I'm not invited to the wedding. They're too damn happy, and it makes me sick. Ugh.
Get your one out here!
The scented coconut had haunted her for days.
You can't get the smell out.
It's nice. It's sweet.
I don't like it.
You used to.
Not anymore.
This went on for a few days until she noticed a small green plant on the crack of her picnic table.
Did you see this?
What?
It's a plant.
So?
And the table, come here, look, it's a clover growing up on the table.
Is it a 4-leaf?
No, it's just a 3-leaf. But isn't it funny, like growing up on the picnic table?
It's filthy is what it is.
It's just a plant.
It's a filthy table with weed goes up in it.
Well, I think it's cute.
I think you're cute. She was a newlywed. Newly married, newly moved in, newly thoughts, newly in-laws.
Your mother keeps talking about us having a baby.
She loved her new life.
Haven't been using my knitting needles lately.
She loved her husband.
Sure would be nice to make a pair of booties.
She loved her house.
Maybe even a warm winter's hat.
She loved her new in-laws.
I will not be pleased if I die before you give me a grandchild.
She hadn't given much shot at having children yet. I mean, she was only 23, sole parent credit cards from college, and she started a career in tutoring students and standardized tests. So the desire wasn't there yet.
You're pretty cute yourself.
Yet on that day, when she noticed a small green plant growing in her new birthday table, Jamie loved her husband freely. The coconut lotion that her mother-in-law had given her, walking in the bedroom like a breeze of purple air. Perhaps breeding babies, but surely breeding fear, dread, and hate. Now, whoa, he just got home. You can't leave yet.
What?
He just got here. You can't leave.
A 15-year-old boy at school today didn't know who the first American president was.
Yeah, so?
Doesn't that bother you? How can that not bother you?
I don't know. Come here.
I mean, you have to wonder if it's the children, or the parents, or the school system. And maybe it's not. Maybe a kid is just the way he is, and the school system parents can only do so much.
Yeah.
You're not even listening to me. Maybe you care what I'm actually doing instead of standing there with dumb, expressionless husband face then.
I am your husband.
Then you would know.
How do I know? What do I know? I don't want you to say about having me hold husband face.
1 month. We've been married 1 month, and you still don't know what I'm saying.
What are you saying? Kids are not smart anymore?
No. But don't you see what you're setting us up for?
No, I don't.
Well, I won't.
You won't what? Why are you talking like this?
I won't let this happen to one more child.
Okay.
Okay.
This went on for a few days. She go to her students, came home, complained about the public youth society, then leave her husband. Some nights she visited Clover in the backyard picnic table. Calvin believes me she only had 3. But most nights she couldn't bring herself to go outside. So she sat in the bathroom, running the water in the tub, letting steam fill the room until there was a thick layer of condensation over her body. It was his custom to shower at night, but realizing there was no more hot water past me and no longer unlocking room to shower after she's gone to bed, he had to change his routine to morning showers. This also posed a problem.
You have to get out.
I'm taking a shower.
The kids at school need me.
You can come in, you can get ready.
I don't want you in there with me.
I'm taking a shower, honey.
You're being unreasonable.
Come on, I'll be out in 10 minutes.
10 minutes is all it takes for a child to fail the New York State reading exam.
He didn't know how to respond to such accusations. It's true. One could fail Satan your reading exam in 10 minutes, but he didn't have the energy to argue otherwise. So he resorted to take a shower around 1 a.m. after she's gone to bed and the hot water tank had to be filled. He loved her, but he didn't understand her. He wasn't capable of communicating past surface issues. So her fear, her hate, and her dread grew. Yet for each outlet she found, he found a solution to close it.
This junk mail is unbelievable.
What now?
Right here. Coupons, a whole envelope of useless coupons.
We can use those.
Carpet cleaners, landscaping, a total waste of paper. They're filling our house with this ridiculous ads and advertisements and classifieds.
Our house isn't full.
And all these magazines.
It's only one magazine.
We didn't even order Home and Garden.
I did.
Why?
As a surprise. I thought you might like it.
You thought I might like it, or you thought you might like me liking it?
No. I thought, well, I ordered it before we got married. And we have a new house and all, and well, you spent so much time in the tub, I thought it'd be nice to read a
I
magazine.
spend time in the bathroom, not the tub. Do I look pruned every night?
I barely see you.
I'm not pruned, I'm smooth.
I didn't know. I'll cancel Home and Garden first thing every morning, and I'll cycle through all the junk mail, and you never have to see it. She loved him, but she didn't understand herself. She wasn't honestly capable of communicating to him. So her desperation grew. She wanted him to know, wanted him to ask, wanted him to share her fear, her dread, and her hate. So she tried.
This chicken is pink.
Only a little.
It's pink.
I will, microwave it.
Pitching will make anyone sick. Me, you, a baby, your mother, my sister.
I said I'll microwave it.
It's too hot in here.
I just turned down the heat.
It's still too hot. People who sleep in hot rooms die at a younger age. And they say if a woman's pregnant, the baby might develop behavioral disorder like ADD or something.
Uh-huh. Well, if you're that warm, you shouldn't wear a sweatshirt.
Slow down.
I'm going to speed on
You're driving like a maniac.
I'm going
Around the corner.
Close your eyes.
If there were a baby in the car, you'd kill the baby. And the baby's too young to lose life. And so am I.
He had inklings before, of course. But even as a newlywed, he mastered skills in going thoughts and discussions down like pregnant. But at that point, he allowed himself to realize maybe her irritability or inconsistency or lack of control, or maybe it stemmed to something besides pure irritation. Maybe her fear and her dread and her hate weren't entirely aimed at him. Yet he couldn't or wouldn't quite place it. But over the days and now weeks, she grew immune to fear, indifferent to dread, tired of hate. She became more quiet, and he became more attentive. In 2 weeks, when they both learned she was become mother just yet after all, there was a slight bit of sadness, but most relief. She removed the coconut lotion from the bedroom and donated to a high school student that could not locate Canada on a map. He began reading articles on Education Youth of America, engaged in stories from work. She began laughing at her husband once more. And sometimes, she'd plant weeds in her backyard picnic table, mostly clovers, but sometimes a dandelion, and once even daisy. On occasional sunny afternoons, they both lie down at the picnic table, admiring the rapid growth, musing over the fertility of the rotting wood. She still burned at the top of the way from the time it didn't pass. But she was always sure to check her weed garden every night, examine the dirt, watering her charges, before joining her husband in bed.
Washing the bodies of the dead is a very important part of the ceremony. It's a purification, and it's an honor to the church to prepare the deceased for the Lord of God. I have a sense of accomplishment when the work is done, a feeling of peace that comes when I wash the body with water and soap, scented it with camphor, and have it shroud.
It was all about my education, you see. That's why I'm here. You know, join the Guard a couple of years and get tuition money to get a degree. I want to make a better life for me and my little girl. Thought maybe I'd like to be a pharmacist. They say there's a big demand, and there's always going to be a big demand, I guess. But this, sure not what I've signed up for.
The women of my family have been performing these rites for many years. My grandmother did, and then my mother before me. A body washer is prepared to see the old and the sick. That's expected. But the bad things, the brutal things we see now,
here, they worry a lot about their kids. We all worry, I guess. But I know Shauna is fine. She's with my mom. I'm really lucky in that. My mom is crazy about her. And Shauna just started preschool. She's really bright. I read to her. Well, I was reading to her every single night.
In journalism school, they told us that the best way into a story is to start with the facts, the figures. And when you're talking about war, not one, but two military conflicts, there are a lot of numbers to talk about, and a lot of different ways to look at those numbers. Take fatalities. In May 2003, the U.S. had 37 military deaths in Iraq. In May 2007, that number was 126. In Afghanistan, the U.S. had 155 military deaths in 2008. But in just the first half of 2009, that number was already up to 96.
The rules are very clear. If the deceased is a male, then only men may be watched. If the deceased is a female, then only women may be watched. If the deceased is a child, either men or women may be watched. According to Islamic rite, burial should take place within 24 hours of death. But the way things are now, that's not always possible. By the time the police found this woman's family, we didn't get the body until late in the day.
Shauna has every one of my letters stuck up on the wall behind her bed. My mom didn't want to let her do it at first. You know, she was thinking about the wallpaper I had just put up. I got it done before I left. It's really cute, all flower gardens and bunnies. Pink, of course. Shauna loves pink. Huh, maybe all little girls love pink.
Then there's civilian deaths. One source says that nearly 99,000 Iraqis died since the start of the conflict there in 2003. In Afghanistan, 2,100 civilians died in 2008 alone. Of course, every death is huge. Somebody.
A lot of the talk here is about the people we left back home. Like Tara's little boy. He won a blue ribbon for running a race at his school. So we made her this big card with a blue ribbon on the front that says to Tara, a blue ribbon mother. She cried.
In the mornings, they bring the bodies that have died of sickness and of old age. But by the middle of the day, the trucks come with the others, the ones who have been shot, and the victims of bombings. There's so much dirt and so much blood, and often so much that's gone. I do the best I can with what's left.
A good reporter is supposed to go beyond the numbers. That's why I'm here. To find the stories and to send them back home. My mom said to me before I left, don't let it change you, Amy. Come back the same girl you are. Too late, Mom. You see all this and there's no way you don't change. No possible way.
My friend thinks I should find another job. Mara, she says, isn't it upsetting to see those things day after day? Well, she's right. It is. But I tell myself, if not me, who will do this? Who will make these women whole?
When Shauna grows up, I'm going to see to it that she gets an education. A good education. So she can get herself a good job. I am never, ever going to let her do anything like this. I'm going to knock myself out to make sure she doesn't need to join any National Guard to pay for her college. Nothing is worth it. You can't pay me enough to do what I did yesterday. But I signed up. I put my name, Nikki Jordan, right there on the line, so here I am.
Most days, I follow the patrols as they leave their camps and head out to the checkpoints along the roads leading into the city. As the cars approach, you can almost feel the soldiers tense up. A kind of rigidity seems to take hold. Of course, when you ask them, they all say the same thing. They're just doing their jobs.
The hardest part is dealing with families. Like the mother that came in yesterday with her daughter's body. The girl had died of a very bad head wound. The family came, but the mother refused to leave. She wanted to wash the body herself, so we did it together. I wanted her to cry, to shed tears for her dead child. It would have made it easier. For me. But she wouldn't.
A lot of what we did in the Guard before we came over here, it was all about making us a team, forging a unit. We heard that over and over in training. We're bonded, welded together, like brother and sister. Close. Really close.
The routine's the same with every car. Whether it's one old man in a beat-up wreck, or 17 guys in an open truck. All of the papers have to be looked at, all of the bags inspected. It's tedious, but it's a nervous kind of tedium.
I begin the washing by preparing the water. It must be lukewarm and not hot, since that would cause discomfort to the deceased.
The way we work it at the checkpoints, 2 of us stand on the road. One on the driver's side, one on the passenger side. The other 2 are up on the tank, watching for any kind of movement. Anything that says this one's carrying insurgents or someone with a bomb. We're always looking, just looking so hard. My eyes ache sometimes.
It's crazy, though. My sense of things is that whether it's Iraq or Afghanistan, there's this sameness about it all. And there's something horrible in that sameness. So I decided to focus on the story of one young woman.
When they bring the body in, I pull away. Sometimes I have to cut away what's left of the clothing. But it's an important part of the ritual that the washer says nothing of the body of the deceased.
So Ryan's looking into the car, checking the papers, the IDs. Are they who they say they are? Cindy's on the passenger side, and Jake and I are up on the tank.
Her family lived on the outskirts of the city, to the east. Her mother said that she had gone into town to register for classes. The university had just opened enrollment to women, and she wanted so much to go, to get her degree.
Cindy's standing back from the car, her gun trained on the guy in the passenger seat. And then, all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I see Ryan jump back.
I wind a cloth around my hand, clean away any impurities, and I begin by saying, Bismillah, in the name of Allah.
All of a sudden, she was just there, like out of nowhere, this figure in a veil. I couldn't even tell which direction she came from. You could tell she was young.
She had just turned 20. Her name was Kalila.
I wash the hair and braid it in 3 braids behind the back of the deceased.
Now, Ryan's a big guy, and he's holding an M16, locked, loaded, aiming right at her. But she just keeps coming. Why would somebody do that? How could you walk into that? Man!
I got to interview the mother, but she didn't have a lot to say. Then I talked to the sister, 16 years old. That's when I heard a mouthful.
I clean the teeth and nasal passages with a wet cloth.
Ryan's just standing there, like he couldn't do it, or he wouldn't do it. I don't know.
The sister's a beauty. Deep brown eyes, gorgeous long lashes, smooth caramel-colored skin. She launches into this tirade about how everything that happens over here is our fault.
With powdered soap and the water I've prepared, always the upper parts of the body are done before the lower ones, and the right side is done before the left.
I'm thinking, why doesn't Ryan shoot her? Why doesn't he just take her out? What is he waiting for? Why in the name of Christ is he waiting?
The head and upper body must be raised slightly so that any exudations flow down and don't run back onto the body.
Ryan's just standing there. It's like he's frozen. And she just keeps coming. Straight at him. She keeps on coming.
The Americans don't care, she says. They don't care who we are. They don't care who they kill. They just want to own everything and control everything, so they can drive their big cars and live in their fancy houses.
Special care must be taken with the private parts. If the woman is having childbirth bleeding or is in her menstrual period, padding must be used so that the blood doesn't leave the body.
What could I do? What was I supposed to do?
It was so strange. This kid, this beautiful young thing in an abaya, filled with such hate, such venom for America and all things American.
I fired! I had to.
It's preferable to wash the body 3, 5, even 7 times. But if there's a shortage of water, the entire body must be washed at least once.
I asked her how she felt about her sister being shot down at a checkpoint. Those dark eyes looked right through me. She said she wished Kalila had been carrying a bomb.
I told myself afterwards, I need to ask Ryan why he didn't shoot her. Was it because she was young? Because she was pretty?
That would make you happy, I asked. To know that your sister had killed herself. Yes, she said. She would have taken those soldiers with her.
I told myself afterwards, what difference does it make? What the hell is the difference if it was his bullets or mine that stopped her? It's all the same.
That would make you happy, I asked. To know that your sister had killed herself. I asked her whether she would do it. Whether she would kill herself. Yes, she said. If I could take Americans with me. I got out of there pretty fast after that.
The thing is, she could have had something under that veil. She didn't. We found out this one just had some prayer beads. But that's the thing. We don't know. We never know. You can't tell with these people.
As we washed the body, the mother spoke to her. Kalila, she said, this is wrong. You should be washing me. Children should bury their parents. But in war, parents bury their children.
Today, I'm back to focusing on the numbers. It's a lot easier to think about numbers than about a teenager with a death wish.
It's a crazy place, all right. Everything is crazy. And not one of us wants to be here, so far away from home.
In the final wash, camphor is used to perfume the water, and the bodies dried with a clean towel and wrapped in a shroud. Bodies then covered in plastic and wrapped once again. On the final shroud are written words from the Quran.
Easier to think about statistics than about some kid with suicide on her mind and murder in her heart.
Every day I tell myself, Nikki, all you're doing is your job. You're just doing your job.
The work is hard, but I pray I can continue. Someone must. As long as the trucks keep bringing the bodies.
Easier to think about numbers than about a woman of 20 shot dead at a checkpoint.
That's all this is. That's why I'm here. I'm just doing my goddamn job.
Perhaps I stayed because I'm like them. The women they bring on the truck. There's a saying, I too have a dead heart.
Next week is the annual Christmas Tuba Festival. Other towns have Christmas pageants and Christmas parades with giant Santa balloons and dancing elves, but not us. We have the annual Christmas Tuba Festival. Because what could be more festive than the sound of a tuba? In our town, that's Christmas spirit. And not just Christmas, we try to include everyone. We have a Rastafarian boy.
Yeah, man.
A Hindi woman. And a Jewish man. Shalom. He is in the Nor made out of little miniature tubas. We had a Buddhist, but she found enlightenment and said it didn't involve the tuba. In nursery school, they begin encouraging children to play with it.
This is the tuba. My mommy has a tuba. The tuba is what makes our town great. Everyone here plays the tuba, and when you're all a little older, you will too.
What about the viola?
What about the viola?
I think it's beautiful.
The viola? The tuba is the most beautiful instrument in the world. Really, the only instrument. Classes.
I liked the viola. Once when my parents were out, I was watching Sesame Street, and following the show there was a Boston Pop special. I knew I should change the channel. I knew I wasn't allowed to see such filth. I could just hear my mother's voice.
Turn off that smut. Orchestra music has been around the scout on TV.
But the babysitter was in the kitchen on the phone with her boyfriend, not paying any attention to me, and I was curious, so I left the Boston Pops on. I've never heard anything like the orchestra. First, the conductor came on stage. I lived in Boston, not this backwards town. I bet that in Boston, everyone plays all different instruments. That's where I'm going to live when I grow up. You can probably walk down the street and everywhere you look are musicians.
Berlin to West Berlin. I will rent it to you without your current signature.
Really?
I know what it's like to be without freedom. And here, take this. Miss Jenkins is a very good viola teacher. She's very discreet.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome, Pat. So glad you can make it today.
It's so dark in here.
Oh, I closed all the shades. Knowing your farm, I figured you wouldn't want anybody walking by to recognize you. I can open them if you want.
No, that's okay. I felt like I was in the witness protection program. I saved my allowance. Each week I rode the bus out to the music teacher's home for lessons. The first week was hard. I felt like everyone on the bus was staring at me. I was sure they all knew where I was going. So that no one in my town would suspect anything, I lugged my viola around in an instrument case for a tuba. It was a lot heavier that way, but it was worth it to be safe. I spent the entire walk to Miss Jenkins, looking over my shoulder, worried about who might see me. People were very friendly. Hi, how are you?
How you doing there, kid?
Oh, she's so cute! Look at me, so cute! Oh, cute.
No, it wasn't smallpox and they were selling something.
One X! Get your one X! Right here! One X!
I never spoke to those folk until one day.
Hey, kid, take this flyer. We're re-electing the mayor.
No thanks.
Kid, I ain't asking.
I don't care.
Tuba case. I should have known you from the other side of the tracks.
What?
The Tuba town. Strange you don't look the type. No offense, that town's a little backwards. Well, more than a little backwards.
None taken. How do you know so much about it?
went to high school there, but I got the hell out. Only tuba music? Yeah, the way things are in that town, don't get it.
I don't play the tuba.
Don't play the tuba, huh? Then what you got in that case? A harmonica?
A viola.
Yeah, okay, and I got a piano right here in my cup. It was next to the hop this morning.
No, I really do play the viola.
Ah, isn't that funny? I used to keep my machine gun in a viola case.
I guess you never really know what's inside anything.
Ain't that the truth? Here, take it easy, kid.
What's this?
Use it for bus fare. And kid, if anyone in that town catches you, I don't even want to think about it. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. I had never met anyone who left our town before. She left and went on to work for the mayor. That seemed pretty important. I wonder who else has left our town. It always seemed like no one ever left.
Why would you ever want to leave? There's nowhere more American than here.
Anyone who leaves comes back. There's nothing out there for them. This is the greatest place on earth.
I wondered how I would get out of town. Miss Jenkins thought that I had talent.
Oh, Pat, the way you play that viola, you have such passion. We should videotape you playing it and send it to colleges. Maybe you could get a scholarship.
Scholarship? Maybe that would get me out of this backwards town, and then I could be a musician. I was able to practice weekdays after school because both my parents worked. My peers would be watching TV or playing outside or other after-school activities. But I would spend the entire afternoon practicing the viola. Have you ever heard Silent Night played on the viola? It sounds much better than it does on the tuba. Bo, 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 bo. Bo, 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 bo. I knew my parents would not approve. Like the rest of my town, they only like the tuba.
Can you believe it? Someone on TV was praising Jimi Hendrix's guitar solo.
Like never heard Charles Springer playing a tuba before. It's like people like the Beatles.
Don't they know? Tubeless is talentless.
That's why Janis Joplin killed herself.
I was so afraid of telling them. But one day I just thought, why not give them a chance? So, I was thinking about playing the viola.
You're what?
What did she say? Tell me I didn't hear what I think I just heard.
Where did you hear that from? Who are you hanging out with?
Are you on drugs?
Oh!
Go to your room.
What?
You are grounded. You ever mention that word viola again? I'll wash your mouth out with soap.
These kids today, they're growing up faster and faster. In my day, you never heard about a viola until you were released in college.
I know. They're growing faster and faster. I don't want her to ruin her life.
Do you think she's on drugs?
No. But maybe she should be. Or she should go see a psychiatrist or something. Or go to tuba camp where they play 24-hour music.
It's that damn PBS and damn Boston Pop specials.
I know. Somebody should pop them.
We'll call the cable company tomorrow and we'll block PBS.
Yes.
My parents didn't understand. They didn't want a viola player. They wanted me to be like other kids, but I was different. And I had to hide it from them. Oh, one day I would come out to them, but not yet. I wasn't ready. Maybe in college, during band week. It wasn't just my parents. No one at school understood me either. I hid my viola in my closet, but really I was just hiding myself, even from my closest friends.
You missed the football game last Friday. It was amazing.
Did we finally win?
Who cares about that? The music was fantastic. They played the usual patriotic stuff, but then it was so cool. The tuba players played the theme from Star Wars. Wow! I wish George Lucas could have heard it. If Star Wars had been played with just tubas, it would have been so much better. That's what was missing from the prequels.
Do you ever wonder what all those songs would sound like with an orchestra? Or at least a full band?
Pat, you kill me. Who ever heard of a band in a football game?
Some schools have them.
You should go on Letterman.
Really, I saw it on the internet.
I once saw a four-headed pig on the internet. It's not real. Have you ever used Photoshop? Duh.
Haven't you ever used GarageBand? Duh.
I've used GarageBand. Has great tuba sounds. But the program's a little confusing. Why does it have all those other sounds?
Because it's not called Garage Tuba. It's called GarageBand. So there are going to be other sounds besides the tuba.
Whatever. You should have seen Mark Kane playing the tuba at the game. The way he held that tuba, his lips pressed against the mouthpiece. I think I'm in love.
Mark Kane? He's the kid in our class with the hairy ears who waddles around like a duck. He thought the Statue of Liberty was a real person.
You should see the way his fingers move on that tuba. That's why they call him the Tuba King.
But he's obnoxious and he smells like spoiled turnips.
I'm going to marry him.
Our town might not have had a marching band, but we certainly marched for other things.
I'm not funding that NEA. Not one dime of my money is going to be spent on any instrument that isn't a tuba. They say they fund them other arts there, don't you know? Like they call that theater. But then you find out it's mostly musicals with instruments other than a tuba, don't you know? Somebody really needs to shut down the Dramatist Guild of America.
They found out the public library carried CDs of all types of music. An angry mob marched through downtown, pushed open the library doors and began grabbing CDs off the shelves. They held a bonfire and threw each CD into the flames. The only thing stronger than the smell of burning plastic was the smell of fear.
Elvis!
Very good men.
Kurt Cobain!
Arlo Guthrie!
Aretha Franklin!
Ella Fitzgerald.
Bob Dylan!
Michael Jackson.
And then they threw the most dangerous CDs of all.
Les Mis! Rent! Music Man! The Nutcracker!
The Magic Flute!
Peter and the Wolf!
These were the most dangerous CDs of all because orchestras and musicals had the most instruments of any type of music, providing kids the most opportunities to be distracted from the tuba. It was no better at high school. Our teachers there were worse than our nursery school teachers.
Class, please pay attention to your reading list as we're changing some of this year's titles. The tin drum will now be known as the tin tuba. The piano lesson will now be known as the tuba lesson. To Kill a Mockingbird was written by Harper Lee. We will now call the author Tuba Lee. And when reading The Twelfth Night, we will now call the character of Viola Tubola.
I thought it was voila.
No, but you make a good point. Now when trying to show off, instead of saying voila, you say tuba.
I thought I was the only person in my town who didn't love the tuba. Until one day, I got to Miss Jenkins a few minutes early. Liam, a kid from my class, was walking out the front door with carrying a small instrument case. We saw each other and froze.
Pat,
Liam!
what are you doing here?
Taking tuba lessons, of course. What are you doing here?
Yeah, me too. Tuba lessons.
That doesn't look like a tuba.
It's a miniature tuba.
Miniature tubas aren't that small.
This one was specially made.
Can you see it?
No.
Come on.
What are you doing here? Miss Jenkins doesn't even teach tuba lessons.
Miss Jenkins doesn't teach tuba lessons. I must be in the wrong place.
What's in your case, Pat?
I told you a tuba.
Liar.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Deal. You first.
No, you.
At the same time? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wow. A clarinet, it's beautiful.
A viola. I love the orange color.
Oh, we should play something together.
Have you ever heard Silver Bells play on the clarinet?
No, but I bet it sounds better than it does on the tuba.
Pat, I was wondering what happened to you. I see you met Liam. Please, do come inside for your lesson.
Are there a lot of people from my town who took lessons from you?
Now, Pat, no, I can't talk about other clients. It's all confidential.
I wonder how many other people in my town had secrets. I always thought everyone spent the entire year preparing for the Christmas Tuba Festival. Tuba music was a part of every holiday. For Valentine's Day, fancy restaurants would hire tuba players to play love songs. Bo, 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 bo. You could even hire a tubist to play a private concert for your sweetheart.
Honey, I love you so much. Even got Jim Kyle to sing to you like that.
Oh, Schnookums, I love you so much.
Frank Sinatra is rolling over in his grave. And it wasn't just adults. All the kids wanted to be tuba players too. Oh, on Halloween.
Mommy, I want to be a tuba player for Halloween.
No! I want to be a tuba player at Halloween!
I said it first.
I want to be a better tuba player!
Children. You can both be tuba players for Halloween. Your father and I are so proud.
Tubas played during the annual Easter egg hunt and the 4th of July fireworks. Churches had no organs, just tubas. kids grew up hearing only tuba music at ballet class. Bo, 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 bo. How could anyone be graceful with music like that? In June brought a month of tuba playing at weddings. Bo, 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 bo. No wonder there's so much divorce. Just before the annual Christmas Tuba Festival was the annual Christmas Tuba Festival Senior Prom. That's right, our prom is in December. They changed it so that it would fall the day before the festival. And just before the event, there was a competition to see which kids would get to play the tuba at the annual Christmas Tuba Festival Senior Prom. It was considered an honor.
Did you hear? Mark Kane, the tuba king, got asked to play the tuba at prom. And he asked me to go with him.
How are you supposed to go with him? He'll be playing the tuba all night. You won't get to dance.
Who wants to dance? Mark Kane plays the tuba. I can only think of one thing. Music. So who are you going with?
I'm not going to prom.
Pat, you have to go to prom. Everyone's going.
No.
It'll be fun. We're going to a fancy dinner first, and after prom, we're all going over to Mark's house to watch Indiana Jones movies. He's going to play musical accompaniment, like the movies of the 30s. Indiana Jones music on his tuba. It should be amazing.
I wasn't going to prom because it was the same night as my recital. I didn't really want to go to prom anyway, but I wasn't really sure if I should go to the recital. I was scared. And it wasn't stage fright. I'd been a part of an audience many times before. I was a member of the debate team.
We all have old tubas lying around the house. There is absolutely no reason why we can't donate them to the local shelter.
The homeless need food and a place to sleep. They don't need free tubas! I had also the role of Miss Adelaide in our high school production of Guys and Dolls, though it was a really different Miss Adelaide. In most productions,
Miss Adelaide had a really high voice.
but in our production, the only musical accompaniment was the tuba. So Miss Adelaide and everyone else had a deep voice.
I love you, a bushel and a peck, a bushel and a peck, and oh, this plane's a wreck. They should throw the tubas in a barrel and a heap, and toss it real deep into the sea.
It was like every song was sung by the Terminator. But I still performed. I wasn't afraid. But this recital, it was a risk. What would people say? My parents would find out I'd been playing the viola all this time behind their backs. Would they kick me out? Or send me to one of those brainwashing camps to produce tuba-playing robots?
There is no instrument as beautiful as the tuba. I will never play the guitar again. I love my tuba. I love my tuba. I love my tuba. I love my tuba.
Could I be kicked out of school? Was it safe? I'm staying in a place that sounded safe. A leaky basement of an abandoned building, and it wasn't in our town. Most of us couldn't invite our family or our friends, but at least we'd get to hear each other play. I was really curious to hear what everyone else sounded like. I always felt like I was the only one who was different. And of course, my parents wanted me to go to prom.
What do you mean you're not going to prom? Everybody goes to prom.
It's a rite of passage.
No one asked me to go.
Do you want me to go with you?
No.
You can always ask someone else. There's nothing wrong with a woman asking a man.
I have no one to ask.
I know who you can ask. Mark Kane, the tuba king.
Susie's going with him.
Oh. I'm sure he has a friend for you.
You go solo nowadays. You cannot not go. It's not an option.
I had strep throat the day of the prom, and I still went.
I had typhoid and bit by a rabid raccoon, and I still went.
It's the Christmas Tuba Festival Senior Prom. It's what you do.
Fine, I'll go. My parents gave me some cash, and Susie dragged me to the mall so I could buy a really sparkly prom dress and be like everyone else. We dined at a fancy restaurant downtown. I invited Liam along so it looked less suspicious. All of this made everyone think that I was just like them. Liam and I tried to sneak out of prom with some else.
Sneaking off together? I had a feeling about you two.
We've been thinking about sneaking off together all night.
I knew it. You took a good time. See, I told you to go to prom.
Liam and I gathered our instrument cases from our lockers and walked to the public bus stop.
You really think we should do this?
I don't know.
I'm not sure I'm ready. I mean, part of me thinks I am, but I'm just not sure.
They say prom night changes you forever.
Well, did you bring protection?
Do you think we need it?
They say you have to always think about being protected.
No one knows where we're going, do they? Have you told anyone?
No, have you?
No, we're safe. But we didn't really convince ourselves. We knew what we were doing was dangerous. I knew that in some parts of the world it was all right to be out as a musician, but we had to keep our music a secret. But we arrived at the recital, and it was amazing. There were so many musicians there, pianists and drummers and flutists. Some were even from our town. Miss Jenkins divided us up by sections. Liam went with the woodwinds while I went with the strings, and that's where I met Emily. Her instrument case was enormous. She opened it and took out a bass. I had never seen one so big.
Do you want to touch it?
I love the shape.
First, Miss Jenkins had us all play together. It was my first time playing with other musicians. Music felt like it was inside my body. They say there's nothing like the first time. And then came the solos. I got to hear all these different instruments that I had never heard before. I remember when I was younger and needed contacts, the first time that I wore them, I noticed all these little details of the world that I'd never known were there before. That's what this recital was. It was like putting glasses on my ears. A whole new world of sound. And then it was my turn. My hands were shaking. I felt frozen. I'd never had stage fright before because it had never mattered before. Emily whispered, "You're gonna be great." I played the viola like it was part of my body. Bo moved as I breathed, and I won. And at the end, everyone applauded and smiled. And I realized, I can do this. I can be a musician. I am a musician. I never felt so connected, like I finally belonged somewhere. Backstage, strangers came up to me and said things like, "Bravo! Awesome!"
Wow.
Emily said,
I've never heard anyone play the viola like that. Here's my number. Call me. We'll play sometime.
but then I looked at the clock and realized I had to leave in order to catch the last bus. Liam's parents had said he could stay out all night on prom night, but mine were a little more old-fashioned. So like Cinderella, I ran out of the ball, afraid my viola would turn into a pumpkin. I was still glowing when I arrived home.
So, how was prom?
Oh, it was great.
You see, what did we tell you? I knew you'd like it.
I floated upstairs to bed, feeling less alone than I had in a long time. Until the next morning at breakfast.
While you're eating, honey, watch this. Vigilantes beat criminals. Concerned citizens acting on a tip arrived at the old lodge building. Now abandoned, the building serves as a home for rats and heroin addicts. Last night, other criminals were present, corrupting young minds. String, wind, and percussion instruments were found on the premises. Citizens broke down the door and forced the criminals outside. Some antagonized citizens and many were injured. Good news for egg lovers.
I'm not hungry anymore.
You see, what did we tell you about playing the viola? You could have been killed.
They're all like, they're a violent group of people.
It sounds like the so-called citizens were an angry mob. Where are the police?
They're never around when you need them. Sometimes you gotta take matters in your own hands.
People were injured.
Then they shouldn't have chosen to play those instruments.
Musicians didn't choose. They were born that way.
It's not natural.
There are musical instruments in the Bible.
Only after Eve and the apple.
I kept thinking about last night's injuries. Could I have heard someone's last performance? Was it anyone that I knew? I called Liam.
No answer.
Well, Miss Jenkins?
No answer.
Emily?
No answer.
I called the television station.
I'm sorry, we can't tell you who was injured.
Well, maybe I could just ask you about a couple of people.
We don't give out information on minors.
I ran out of the house, but I didn't know where I was going. Everywhere I looked, there were signs that I was different. I walked the downtown streets, gazing at windows filled with tuba Christmas ornaments, tuba t-shirts, tuba cookie cutters. I saw the church and thought I'd head in and say some prayers for the injured. But when I poked my head in, there was a statue of the baby Jesus holding a tuba. I ran forward and tried to rip the tuba off, but it was no use.
Stop. I know. You want this tuba. But that tuba belongs to baby Jesus. We have some downstairs in our gift shop. We even have some for your nativity scene.
What is a tuba doing in a church gift shop? My town was backwards and I knew what I had to do. I left the church and went to the grocery store. for the tuba players. I snuck back in the church and climbed the bell tower. All afternoon, the lawn behind the church was filled with tuba players rehearsing. As night grew in, crowds of people gathered to watch the Christmas Tuba Festival. The festival began with the usual praise for the tuba.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to this year's annual Christmas Tuba Festival. We are here to celebrate the holidays, our town, but most importantly, the tuba. I'd like to take a moment to thank Wilhelm Dietrich Friedrich and Karl Moritz, the inventors of the tuba. Without these men, we would have no sound of love, no sound of life, no sound of happiness, but most importantly, no sound of tuba. We are forever in their debt. Real American heroes.
They were Prussian.
And now, without further ado, this year's annual Christmas Tuba Festival.
Frosty the Snowman on the tuba, if Frosty were here, he would melt. Jingle bells, silver bells, I had the little dreidel, and the night went on. When they got to Silent Night, I did just that. I opened my backpack and pulled out one of the grapefruits. One by one, I threw them into the openings of the tuba. Wham! One last tuba play. Another silent tuba. People kept looking around, trying to find the culprits, but they didn't know where they were coming from. Another slam dunk. One by one, we found that each tuba was silenced by a grapefruit. It was the best Christmas ever.